And we are starting our commentary coverage of Day 11 of the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. It is the semi-finals of the Cadet Women's Team Sabre, the first of the Cadet team events that we have shown, that we'll be showing at this championships, but by no means the last. And it is a familiar team lineup for anyone who has been watching our commentary coverage over the last 10 days, because it is the Australian team, and it is going to be three names that is very familiar. Yilin Zhao, Gaia Haj, and Veronika Vassilieva. Senior team gold medalists, junior team gold medalists, and now they will be looking to complete the set with the cadet teams. Standing in their way, the Scotland team made up of Sophia Milne, Honor Paul, Lucia Paul, twin sisters, and in reserve, Rosie Shaw. So then up first for Scotland, Lucia Paul. She will be taking on the cadet individual gold medalist, the junior individual gold medalist, and the senior individual silver medalist, Veronika Vassilieva, the standout performer in women's sabre at these championships, possibly the standout performer across the entire championships. So dominant has she been. And it's a good opening initial start by Lucia Paul. Vassilieva now onto the attack, and we know she rarely misses. She rarely counter-attacked. She makes the parry. Was Lucia still on the piste? The match continues. And there's the attack from Lucia Paul. It's a strong opening start from the young Scottish fencer. Vassilieva aggressively off the line now. And Vassilieva's just starting to get into her rhythm. This is what makes the young Australian so difficult to fence against. She is so dynamic in the middle of the piste. And despite a good start by Lucia Paul, Vassilieva into a 5-2 lead for Australia. She will hand over to her sister Honor Paul. Meanwhile, Vassilieva will hand over to her teammate Yilin Zhao. And Honor Paul on the attack. We saw her in the junior competition when Australia and Scotland met in the semi-finals there as well. And Paul fenced really well as part of that junior women's sabre team, and she'll be looking to replicate that form here. And what she did so well was the Australians so aggressive in the middle of the piste. looking to force mistakes. And she just held her discipline, held her composure in the middle of the piece. And then from there, she was able to take up the attack exactly as we've seen here. Look how small she is at the start. Really composed, disciplined footwork. She doesn't jump early. She waits, lets the Australians commit to their action, backs herself to deal with it, and then looks to take over the attack and scores. Zhao this time just slowing down, letting Untitled finish, and then she's able to take up and score. On to the attack now, Yilin Zhao. Accelerates and scores. There's 4 touches by Untitled in that leg, but it just opened the lead a little bit more. 6 hits now the lead, and Gaia Haj hands over to Sophia Milne. It takes over from Yilin Zhao, while Sophia Milne, who we've not seen yet in these championships, we didn't see her on the individual commentary stream, and we didn't see her as part of the junior team, so this is our first look at the young Scottish fencer. Big attack from Gaia Haj. We've known to expect this from her. All of the Australians prepare aggressively in the middle. They'd look to force mistakes. And then they're aggressive on the defense as well, looking to stay on the front foot, taking counterattacks. And you can see the impact of that there. Milne stranded in no man's land, but she's equal to Haj's attack, defends. Milne just getting into her rhythm. It's patient build-up from Sophia Milne. Then she's through on the attack. Maybe there was an opportunity for Gaia Haj, but she skips out of the way too far. And it's another for Sophia Milne. She is doing a great job for this Australian team. For this Scottish team, sorry. And on the riposte. 6 points to 2 in this leg. And Sophia Milne doing exactly what you'd want the Scottish team to do, which is they're just taking their time in the middle of the piece, letting the Australians commit first. They're just caught a little bit in doubt. And Haj now within 1 of getting out of this leg. And again, just a little bit of doubt. But it's a good leg for Scotland. They draw back 1. They draw 1 point back from this 6-hit lead. It is now just 5. And Lucia Paul back on again against Yilin Zhao. Big attack off the line from Yilin Zhao. She understands what the the Scottish team is looking to do. So it could be considered a high-risk strategy, this, from Zhao, just attacking really aggressively off the line. But because she knows that now that the Scottish fencers are looking to sit really patiently on the line, she knows that they're not being aggressive, and because they're not being aggressive, she can attack with a bit of impunity and trust that she'll be able to get the attack just really by being decisive. And it's a really good leg from Yilin Zhao so far. Just 1 touch from Lucia Paul. Expect to see a big attack again. Paul really does need this. And she's through on the attack. She just needs to get a few more in this. She cannot afford to go give this an 8-touch lead, and it is going to be an 8-touch lead. Yilin Zhao with a really good leg for Australia. Just capitalizing on this really patient waiting game that Scotland was playing in the middle of the piece to take it on and backing herself to really just dominate the middle of the piece, force Lucia Paul to react. Lucia Paul was trying to wait really late to ensure that she was able to punish mistakes. And Yilin Zhao just says, okay, no problem. I'm going to attack you and I'm not going to make a mistake. And you're not going to be able to deal with that. Vassilieva now back on. 8 hits the lead for Australia. And there's that strong preparation and the strong riposte. Off the back goes Milne, and it's really important. Like Vassilieva has looked just from individual performances, it would be easy to look at the Australian lineup and say that Vassilieva was the sort of the star of the Australian star of the Australian team, and that it was a bit of a one-man team. But actually go back and look at their performances in the junior and in the senior, and you'll see that this is a really well-rounded Australian team. Zhao and Haj putting in big shifts in all of those crucial matches, all of those crucial semi-finals, all of those crucial finals. And what it's meant is that Vassilieva can just come on and fence with freedom. You know, she's almost always had a lead whenever she's come on, and it's because this Australian team is working as a really strong supportive unit, and Vassilieva is able to just come on and fence with calmness, with freedom. She can play her natural game and just score points, and that's why she finds herself in this situation where she can come on against Sophia Milne and just fence the way she wants to fence, and that means that we're coming out of it with 5-0, and the lead now in no time is up to 13 for Australia. And Haj now picking up the baton against Honor Paul. We said in the junior final that maybe if there's any weak link, it's Haj's defense. She doesn't really like to go backwards or drop or use a lot of distance. She likes to use the counter-attack and likes to use it early. And you've seen now 2 points where the first one, Honor Paul able to land, the second one she's unable to. But when Haj gets on the attack, she builds it up really well. And here comes another, and bang. Big attack for Gaia Haj. Honor Paul now building, and she absolutely needed it. But you can see there again, Haj doesn't really use the piece going backwards. She drops short, and then from there she's looking for that counterattack immediately, whether it's on or not. And it's basically 50-50 at the moment, whether it will work or whether it won't. And you would expect Scotland to be looking at that as a moment for them to exploit. Lucia Paul will face Gaia Haj in the 8th leg, and if Sophia Milne can do any damage to Yilin Zhao in this leg, that you would expect that to be something that Scotland will look to target, dropping Haj short, provoking that counter-attack and looking to finish. So then Milne back on against Zhao. 16 touches the lead for Australia. Off the line, Zhao picking up where she left off in her second. And at this point, this has always been the way it's gone, where in the early stages of the match, when the scores are quite close, it's okay to play a sort of patient waiting game, because you don't feel like the risk of waiting is that big. Because scores are close, maybe you're trailing by 1, 2, and that's okay. Whereas as the scores get bigger, as the gap gets bigger, you feel like you have to make your decisions earlier because you don't want to give up touches without having, without reacting. And this is kind of the problem that Scotland finding themselves in. And it was a similar story in the junior team semi-final against Australia, where you can see that Sophia Milne is now reacting earlier because she feels like she has to go and get points. It's that scoreboard pressure, and it makes it much, much harder to wait. That time, she waits out right until the end and accelerates to score. Is the attack again from Zhao. And you can see that Sophia Milne is just not waiting as long as she did in her first or even second matches. And that's what's giving Zhao the opportunity to really get on the front foot against her. 18 points now, the lead. Lucia Paul now on against Gaia Hage. And we think that maybe there's a hint of a weakness in Hage's game, which is that she is very keen for that counter-attack. But 18 point difference, it doesn't feel like enough of a weakness for Scotland to really be able to overturn such a massive deficit. Hage will get attacks that she will land. She will get attacks in the middle, and she will get parry riposte in the middle. I don't think that this one weakness is going to be enough for Scotland to be able to overtake, but we will see. And as you said, Lucia Paul just stranded in the middle of the piece. She goes in, triggers too early. There's the miss, and there's the attack. And this has got to be the way that Lucia Paul has got to look to play. She doesn't need to attack in the middle of the piece. If she can drop Gaia Hage short, and she definitely doesn't want to be playing this kind of game because Gaia Hage is aggressive and Paul is waiting almost always. Look out for that counter-attack. It'll be coming. There it is. Now look for it again. And it's Lucia Paul looking for the finish. She knows to expect it. She just can't pick the right line. And this is the problem, even though the Scottish have got attack. Watch for the counter-attack. There it is. It's there pretty much every time, but Paul just doesn't look ready for it, whether she doesn't trust that it will be there. But it is. Every time, as soon as she's missed, Hage is looking for that counter-attack. 40-19 now. Scotland unable to take advantage of that pattern in Hage's game, and into the final leg. And it's going to be Vasiljeva on against Honor Paul, and it will just be. You feel it will be only a matter of time now before Australia go through to the third final in a row for this young Sabre team. And immediately onto the front foot, onto the attack. We know what happens with Vasiljeva's attack. It doesn't miss, it doesn't get parried, it doesn't get counter-attacks, it just lands. Big attack off the line, and Honor Paul still holding her discipline, still being patient enough to wait. And at this stage, that's all she can really do. There's so many points left to get. You may as well just back yourself on your own game. Vasiljeva onto the attack again. Patient in the build-up. Accelerates and finish around the back of the arm. You just expect to see really strong preparations from him. And every time now, Vasiljeva is just going in strong, pausing, letting Honor Paul drop back, and then she's picking up the reprise. And you think that she can probably do this pretty much every point now. There's the counter-attack. And Australia a point away. There's in, takes the parry, and you could see that it ended up being quite a simple game that Vasiljeva could play. She was going in hard, pausing. If the attack came from Paul, she was there ready to parry it. If it didn't come, she was already on the front foot, so she was able to then take it up and push onto her long attack, and we know how strong that long attack is. And that's Australia through to their third consecutive final in the women's sabre team competition. and they will face the winners of the next semi-final, which we will have coming up for you very shortly, and that will be England versus India, and we will have that for you live within the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes. Join us again for that. Thank you.
India, represented by Kashish Bharat and Define Danny Wrestling. Orphans England, represented by Leslie Billy, Melissa Jane, Lexi Craig, and Hussein City. The referees for this match are Sam McClellan from Scotland and Andreas Dubis of Greece. Good night, ladies.
We are immediately back on for our second semi-final in the Cadet Women's Sabre team event, and it is England versus India. Winner of this through to face the much favoured Australian team that we just saw in action against Scotland. The England team composed of Bethany Brearley, Melissa Jane, Lexi Craze, with Hwaysin Cecile on the bench. the Indian team, Gauri Mangal Solanka, Abhi Devi Laishram, Kashish Deepa Barad, and Jafalin Yani Rexlin on the bench. So it will be Craze who will open and close for England, with Barad of India opening and Abhi Devi Laishram to close. Devi Laishram, the individual silver medalist in the cadets, with Brearley and Craze, the individual bronze medalists. We saw the first semi-final really was dictated by the sort of the aggressive front foot fencing of Australia, and it was a hallmark of really the way that we've seen them fence all the way throughout the championships. And 3-0 Barad, starting strong for India. And Craze just not finding her distance in the middle of the piste. And part of that is that Barad is just starting really small in the middle, and she's just not giving Craze any feeling in the middle of the piste, and that means that when Craze is looking to attack, she's having to go deeper with her lunge, because she doesn't have a feeling for what the Indian fencer is going to do. She's launching her lunge from further away, going big, and into that Barad is able to launch her own attack, which is more direct, and that's how she's getting ahead. 5-0, tremendous performance from Barad in that first leg. She will hand over then to the individual silver medalist, Abhi Devi Laishram, while Craze will hand over to her teammate and the other individual bronze medalist, Bethany Brearley. And interesting, I'm not sure how clear it is to see on the video, but one of the things that you'll see with Brearley is that she moves a long way over to her left on the on-guard line. And one of the impacts of that is that it means that for Laishram, when she's wanting to attack, she's basically going straight through the guard of Brearley. And this is how Brearley, what you'll see from Brearley is that she will go direct with the point, because she knows that she's creating this really sort of straight on line, and it creates a difficulty for Laishram. You know, she's having to already think about going around that guard, and this is one of the ways that Brearley sets up her parries. Laishram late on the attempted attack on preparation there. Yellow card for Laishram starting early. Brearley 3-2 in opening. England will want to see if she can get more, and straight away you can see Laishram's just having to be a bit more hesitant with her attacks, and part of this is the angle that Brearley is setting up, because she's and there's the parry riposte. Because Laishram cannot really go straight, Brearley is making it easier to parry by where she is on the piste. I hope that you can see that on the video. It may not be the easiest thing in the world to see, just because it's two-dimensional. But Brearley is really comfortable with that angle, and because she attacks aggressively with the point, she makes it so difficult to parry. It's nice fencing from the England fencer, using how she's setting up to make it more likely for her to play, make it easier for her to play the game that she's really strong at. just taking a moment, there's a bit of noise going on blue in the quarterfinals of the Cadet men's epee. And there's the attack again from Brearley, straight through. Lyshram would like video on that. I don't see this changing. It looked like a straight attack to me, and let's see how much time the referees spend looking at this video. Normally if they come back quickly, and they have. And so it's 7 touches to 3 for Brearley in this leg. Really good performance from Beth Brearley. And this time it was no, but clips the wrist on the second action. There's the attack again from Brearley. She's just got the angle. She's going straight through. And on the reprise again, the referee just wants a look. Bethany Brearley comes in really deep and stops. Yes, okay. So yes, Beth Brearley comes in, and the referee basically wants a feel for, did Beth stop too heavily, or was it okay? In the end, decides yes, that was no problem. Even though it was a heavy stop, Lyshram misses her opportunity to take up the attack because she is responding to that just aggressive start from Brearley, and it means that Brearley takes up the second attack. So Brearley, after turning around a 5-0 deficit into a 10-8 lead, she hands over to her teammate Melissa Jane, who will be taking on Solanki of India. And Jane now will be just looking to build on that momentum that Brearley has gained for England. See if she can start to open out a lead for England. At the moment, the middle is kind of just popular. It's kind of really being dictated a bit by mistakes. Both fencers just, there we go. So both fencers, up until now, both fencers were really just committing early in the middle, short lunges that both were able to take advantage of. And now Melissa Jane's just starting to get her game going. And there, Jane takes the blade, a nice clean action, seizes the opportunity, takes the blade and scores. And the first couple of points, you could see both in, lunging early, they're both trying to read the situation, but because it's sort of their first match, neither one was able to really read it in, didn't really have their eye in yet. After a couple of points, Melissa Jane gets her eye in, prepares slow, pushes through on the attack, and from there, it's then always about, has Solanki got an answer? And in fact, she looks like she's been substituted for Yanni Rexlin. And once you've been hit by an attack like that, you know, through the middle of the piece, pushed onto the back foot, it's always forcing you to have to come up with an answer. So Barad, who opened for India back on lead, got India that 5-0 lead on against Brearley, who brought it back to 10-8. And, you know, we talked about that angle of the foot, the angle that Brearley creates off of the line. One of the things you can immediately see is that Barad has moved right over to her right. So she's just trying to take that angle away from Brearley. But it doesn't look like it's a wholly natural position for her to be in. And Brearley is just super happy, still continuing to play that aggressive front foot game. And Barad just looks a little bit uncertain in the middle of the piece. She doesn't look like she's completely clear on what she's trying to do. And it's a big parry riposte on the back line from Bethany Brearley, looking rock solid in defense. And then skips away with the parry. Barad just looked uncertain compared to that first leg, and she just plants her feet looking for the parry. It's not there. 5-1, and the lead now with England is 9 points. Remember, they led 5-0 after the first break. Since then, they scored 5 touches in the first leg. Since then, they have only scored 6 in the next 3 combined. England scoring 20 touches in those 3 legs. It's a big turnaround. Lexi Kray's now back on, and she'll be on against Yanni Rexlin, the substitute who's on for Solanke. Interesting leg this. So Kray's will be finishing for England, and she really had a sort of start to forget about. Going down 5-0 to Barad, possibly a bit of nerves, maybe it's their first match of the day, and knowing the pressure feeling some pressure to be the one to finish for England. You imagine she will have taken confidence from the way that her teammates, and particularly Brearley, have fenced their first matches. She doesn't have to do it all herself. She won't be carrying the weight of this team's performance on her shoulders. She has 2 really strong teammates next to her who are fencing very well. And it's 2 early starts in a row. And Kray's in, gets the attack, but just rushes it. Skips away this time, onto the attack, misses, but takes the parry riposte and scores. It is her first scored touch of this match. Into the guard, Yanni Rexlin onto the front foot. Four touches scored for India in this leg. Both pause, both go. Yanni Rexlin is just looking really strong off the on-guard line. Kray's this time builds her attack to finish. Yanni Rexlin building, misses the attack. Kray's through to score. 5-all in that leg. The double red card for Yanni Rexlin proving costly. She's unable to really build momentum. Melissa Jane then back on for her second against India's finisher, the individual silver medalist, Abhi Devi Laishram. So then, here we go. Jane on our left, Laishram on our right. Jane with a really strong opening match. Dropped 2 initially as she was looking to find her rhythm in the middle. Then found her rhythm and was just dominant. Strong off the line though, Laishram. Melissa Jane likes to wait in the middle of the piece, likes to feed off of opponents' mistakes. Laishram though, very happy to just get in, but this time overcommits. Maybe anticipating that Jane will jump early and look to get back out if she's aggressive, but Melissa Jane comfortable just sitting in her game, and back same the other way. Just neither one of them quite reading the other in the middle of the piece. Jane building, pausing, finishing. The attack is with Jane this time. Leishram sends the referee to the video, but I don't see this changing. Something just doesn't feel quite right from Leishram. I don't know whether she's got the distance wrong or whether she's pausing, but either way, it is given attack from Jane. This time through on the remise, Jane just caught on guard line looking to parry, doesn't back it up with distance. It's like an accidental red card put on the scoreboard. There's the attack from Leishram off of the line. It's a nice variety, that's it, and she won't mind that. And one becomes two. That's exactly the sort of thing that can tend to happen, where after getting burned by a big fast attack off the line, this time though hesitates. But after getting burned by a big fast attack off the line, you feel like you have to go and make it up again. You feel like you have to go and match. And as soon as that happens, Devi Leishram is just able to draw it, make miss and score. But this is where Jane is so strong. It's in her use of the piste. And you can see she doesn't throw in counterattacks. She doesn't throw in, if you like, easy, soft hits that would mean that Leishram can get out of this point early. You know, she's not going for a counterattack in the middle of the piece. She's not going for a counterattack by the warning line. And because of that, she just keeps the point going. And she keeps it alive, and eventually she gets a long attack that she likes the look of, settles down, is patient, doesn't make the mistake and finishes. And that's what you're going to see a lot of from Melissa Jane. She can get, if she's against really aggressive opponents in the middle of the piece, they can get on top and get strong. But once it's out of the middle, it's so difficult to finish attacks against her because she just doesn't give anything away early. She doesn't throw away the attack, and she doesn't throw away the defense with sort of early or out of time counterattacks. Brearley back on. And she really has been the star performer for this England team. 10-3 her first match, and then 5-1 her second. She is looking really strong for England. And expect to see her look to carry this on. But she is on against the Indian substitute, Yanni Rexlin. This time skipping away and catching Yanni Rexlin under the wrist. Maybe a bit fortunate there for Brearley, but she'd made her miss anyway. And just looking so dominant, Bethany Brearley, doing a tremendous job in sort of the engine room of the England team. Brearley would like that one videoed. Maybe worth a shout. No, maybe worth a shout, this one, worth a look. Let's have a look. Bit of discussion taking place. Referees just having a good conversation about this. There was a bit of a question about the previous one, and you can see that Brearley maybe thought about videoing it. She comes back now. Still stays as attack for India. It might just take away some of Brearley's confidence. Oh, it's a nice counter-attack, though, from Brearley. But this might just take away some of Brearley's confidence in the middle on her attack. And indeed, we've not seen her attacking off the line since that second touch went against her. And when she does attack, she's now attacking shorter. However, her long defense game working so well anyway as it has all match, she's happy just dropping to her back line, and now building and patiently finishing. 3 touches she's given up, but 35-24, 11 touches the lead for England. And Melissa Jane is back on against Barad. who had a really strong opening against Lexi Craze 5-0, but then was only able to score 1 against Brearley. So she's going to be looking to do something in this 8th to try and arrest the damage that's been done by particularly Brearley through the middle phase of this match. Jane in, finds the rhythm, and Barad just shows her action too early. And it's the same again. Barad this time maybe just looks in like she hasn't made up her mind, but she's closing the distance, and Jane just reading Barad like a book in the middle of the piece. Skips away, lands. 4-1 in this leg. And there's the attack again for India. Jane, you feel like she's done enough on the attack in the middle of the piece. She can look to just set up a strong defense and get onto the attack, and she does. 40-26. A 14-touch lead for England. And Lexi Craze then back on for England. Abhi Devi Laishram on for India. Looks like Barad has just sent this one back to video. Have another look. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. There's maybe a bit of a hesitation from Jane, but I'm not sure it's enough to be considered a miss or an attack or attack no. But let's have a look. And they have indeed changed it, so Jane misses her first. But this time, no mistake. In, skips out of the way on defense. 40-27 the score.
Please welcome to the yellow and blue piece, the Cadet Women's Foil Team semi-finalists. On the yellow piece, Canada, represented by Claire Han.
So then Craze back on for England, Laishram on for India. And this is a repeat of the semi-final that we saw a couple of days ago. Laishram came out on top in that match. Laishram came through that 1:15.12, so reasonably close match, but it's a very different situation, this one. The referee's just gone immediately to check this on the video. Wants to see if anyone was ahead after they both came in and stopped. Decides no, nothing there. And it's in straight away, Laishram. Lexi Craze has just not been able to get her attack in the middle working, and again, the referee just wants another look at the video. Attack is given for Craze. Both in and pause, and she starts first. In, parried. Craze just not getting this attack to work at the moment. Feels like she just can't quite get the start right. Can't quite get the depth of start right, and then from that, it's just unsure. Nice finish from Craze though. But because she can't get the depth of the start right, she's then not sure whether she should be going direct with the attack or whether she should be holding the blade back, looking to score with the, looking to extend the attack, and it's just messing with her distance a bit here. 4 touches to 2 now from Laishram. And unsurprisingly, Laishram looking to attack, but this time overcommits 5 touches now for Laishram. And it's not a surprise, really, to see the Indian fencer getting onto the attack. Craze's attack has just not worked all match, and Laishram is now just taking advantage of that with strong actions off the line, going in aggressively, forcing the English fencer to respond, and then scoring over the top. Probably another attack for India. Craze is just holding on that attack. Craze pressing now, lands the attack, takes England to 44. And there, Laishram off the line to attack, but it is a strong, emphatic parry riposte from Lexi Craze. 8 touches Laishram scored in that leg, but still it wasn't enough. 45-35. England through to the final, where they will face Australia. A different England team. And it's the last opportunity they will have to defeat this incredibly strong Australian women's sabre team. We will have coverage of that final shortly, but for now we're going to take a short break, and then we will be back for our coverage of the bronze medal match, which will be between India and Scotland in the cadet women's sabre. Join us then.
Cadet women's sabre. Team captains from India and Scotland and Australia and England, please attempt DT for the draw. That's cadet. I repeat, cadet women's sabre. Scotland, India, Australia, England, team captains for the draw. Thank you very much.
allez. Prête, allez.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the peace the Cadet Women's Sabre teams for the third place playoff match. Representing Scotland, Sophia Milne.
And we are back. It is time for the first medal match of the day, or the first medal match of the Cadet team event for the Commonwealth. And it is the Cadet Women's Sabre teams. It is Scotland versus India in the bronze medal match. And that means it is also time for a return to the commentary box for Sam McClellan. Sam, welcome back, mate.
Thank you very much. Good to be back.
Scotland versus India then, and you know the Scottish team quite well, I think.
I do, yes. They're all at my club, in fact. And again, quite a junior team, but they've done really well and held their own today against really tough opposition from Australia and getting some nice hits. So it'll be interesting to see what the outcome of this one is.
And the Indian team we saw a moment ago in the semi-final matchup against England. A good semi-final matchup, as it turned out, and in particular, Barad and Laishram of India looking really strong. Laishram, of course, the individual silver medalist in the Cadet individual event earlier this week. And you were a referee for that match, weren't you, Sam?
I was indeed. Yeah, it was a good match, and again, a good Indian team. That we've had great Indian Sabre representation throughout the championships, and that's sustained right to the very end. And this women's team, again, looks like quite a young team, but doing very, very nice stuff and getting really good hits as well.
So we'll be looking at how, really, I guess we're going to be really interested in how the teams start off. You know, Honor Paul, been a bit of a revelation, I think, for this young Scottish women's sabre team. She fenced tremendously well in the juniors, in particular against Australia, and looked really strong in the semi-final again against exactly the same Australian team. And she's going to be coming up against Kashish Deepak Barad of India, and Barad was a really strong performer in the semi-final against England. Got India out to a 5-0 lead in that first leg. Going to be interesting to see if she's able to start this match off with that same, hitting that same level as she did against England. Honor Paul opening and closing for Scotland, and it's been really interesting to follow her journey. She's really a really patient fencer in the middle of the piece. She likes to start very small, give herself options, open the piece out, and really make for creative fencing. And straight away defends, and onto the attack is Honor Paul. Composure.
Good start there, yeah, very mature start. A little bit too patient there. Indians taking that one.
And it's through. Initially, it looks like it's through, but I believe sent straight to video by Scotland.
Yeah, it looks maybe like there could be a pyropost in there for Paul.
A full squad of referees down there at the moment. And it is indeed changed. There was a parry. 2-0, I believe, the score? No, 2-1. And this time, Honor Paul sharper on the uptake. And again, she's looking really solid and balanced in the middle.
A nice attack on the preparation there. Really well done there from Paul. Great start.
And there's a big Scottish crowd in as well, and they are delighted by that start from Honor Paul. And she will hand over to Sophia Milne, who will be taking on the individual silver medalist, Abhi Devi Laishram of India. But it's a tremendous start from Honor Paul, and it's really nice to see from such a young fencer that balance and composure in the middle of the piece, not getting over-eager and diving in, but equally when she's being patient, then picking the moment and being really decisive when it's there.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. She's got a really clear head, but she has the legs to deliver it for certain. A very, very mature start.
So then Sophia Milne on now against Leishram.
Sophia Milne is very athletic, very bouncy, a nice controlled attack there.
Leishram just looking to get onto the front foot here with an aggressive attack. Leishram wants that reviewed, but it felt like it was all one action from Milne. Leishram looking for the reprise. Sometimes it can feel, when you're on the piste, it feels like it's ages. And indeed, it has been changed. Reprise for India.
Yeah, the Indians have been getting a lot of that this week. If you're not taking the attack up, they're really taking it. You can't really hang around and expect the right of way to be gifted. This lovely distance we've seen all week from the Indians. A nice finish, not afraid to finish not at the end of the piste, but they really feel that distance nicely. And again, from the Indian there, just tighter and sharper in the middle.
Leishram just getting into the middle early and just really dominating that space there, meaning that it's very difficult for Milne to get any purchase in the middle of the piste. Leishram establishes the line, and Milne takes it but gets caught on the guard, and it's a parry riposte. Big attack from Leishram, slams straight into the guard, but he's sent to video. Maybe a bit of a hint of the riposte. Did the riposte from Milne land immediately?
Changes his mind again, counter parry riposte.
And a big leg for the individual silver medalist. 9-1.
Very strong stuff there.
So Gauri, Mangal Singh, Solanki on for India. Lucia Paul, the sister, twin sister?
Twin sister, yeah,
Of
identical
Paul.
twin.
And you'll be seeing a similar but not identical tactical approach from Lucia Paul, I'm expecting. You're looking to take the time in the middle, be patient, be disciplined, and then being decisive when she spots mistakes or opportunities given by the Indian fencer. Solanki started the semi-final against India, and after her first leg, she was pulled off. Solanki behind on the timing. Tries to dive in, but goes straight into the guard of Paul.
Nice slow preparations here from Paul. Eyes open. She's managing to pick off the Indian mistake. Just too close there. Better distance on the attack.
Solanki pressing now. Lands on the guard of Lucia Paul. Lucia Paul, though, not ready to take up the attack. And Solanki clips the wrist and is able to score with the counter-attack.
More positive from Paul now. Seems to be a bit more energized, but again, just too close. Doesn't need that extra step. Needs to finish sooner. Nice attack on the preparation there from Paul. More aggressive in the middle, more assertive. Takes the blade there very nicely and scores.
3 touches apiece in the leg so far. Now, can she find her distance on this attack? Twice now. She's had the attack but been unable to find it. A really patient build-up and a shorter finish, as you say, Sam.
Yeah, a better finish there. Better distance for the whole of the attack and a nice finish. A nice parry riposte there. Very nice hit.
Parry riposte from Lucia Paul.
And again, picks the blade up in the middle. Very positive in the middle now from Paul. Calls for video.
India calls for a video. This feels like maybe a hopeful one, maybe looking for a break here. Referee is back straight away. The blade is taken by Scotland. The call stands. And again, the parry riposte
again.
And Scotland are level. 7 touches for Lucia Paul to 3 for Solanki.
Strong attack there from the Indian. Again, Paul kind of giving up the middle there, needs to reassert her dominance. Which she does.
Strong off the line, forces the attack. 14 apiece.
And again, same it again. Looks like she takes the blade, but referee calls it attack no.
Solanki looks like she wants to video a bit, but she gave up her video earlier in this match. And it is a terrific leg from Lucia Paul. 9 touches to 4. She scores to take Scotland into the lead. And it will be Sophia Milne now back on against Barad. Both of these fencers only scored 1 in the initial match, in their initial matchup. So both will be looking to right the wrongs and get back in front.
Indeed, indeed. This will be interesting to see if Milne changes any of her tactics. Again, just giving up the middle a little bit too much. And as we've seen throughout the week, the Indians don't need us twice. So it'll be interesting to see what tactics she's going to bring to this leg. I think we need to see a bit of a change, something a bit more positive. India will be looking to apply perhaps even more pressure. So maybe there's opportunities here for the Scottish fencer to exploit that.
And it looks like as well, like in the semi-final, I think Solanki has been substituted for India. So we will see that in a moment. Milne into the middle, but then maybe didn't have a plan after getting there. Yeah. And Barad able to score the first and level for Scotland.
Needs to be more decisive in the middle. Better there, but just second on the reprise. Strong start from the Indian. Very patient attack, Milne, and a nice finish there onto the wrist. Very nice tempo.
Deceptively long lunge is Sophia Milne.
Yes, yes. Full shot again and a nice finish. Still think a little bit more pressure in the middle, perhaps. The Indians going to want to go back.
But this time, Sophia Milne starting to look confident, into the middle stronger. And again,
she's found that reprise timing. She's found it. India on the attack now. Oh, unlucky for Milne there. Takes the blade, can't find the light.
Consistently defending in the middle of the piece, Sophia Milne. And Barad just says, okay, no worries. Oh, and she misses the attack, does Barad. $20 points to 17. And it's a good performance from Sophia Milne after a difficult first leg against Leishram. Comes out and extends the Scottish lead, and it is now Honor Paul back on, and she will be against what we think Yanni Rexlin. It'd be good to see the back of the Lame. But Honor Paul got Scotland off to a terrific start against Barad, 5-1.
As we've said before, these 5, 6, 7th legs are really, really important. You can really open the gap and build momentum towards your finisher. It's not always enough to just rely on the finisher. So this is a really important leg. If Scotland can keep the lead here, then it's looking very, very positive. Paul positively off the start and just finishes slightly too early with the wrong distance. Pyro post.
It is indeed Yanni Rexlin on for India.
Very bold start there. I think that's the Scottish coach not happy.
Rexlin on the attack, parried. Paul again parried.
Paul finishing too early each time. I think we need to push this fencer much, much further to the back where she's nowhere to go. Very swift mover, the Indian.
And Yanni Rexlin just piling the pressure onto Honor Paul. And it's fascinating. She did exactly this in the semi-final against India, and I have to wonder why she didn't start for India, because she is fencing terrifically.
Very well, very well.
5 touches to 0 in this leg.
Paul on the attack needs a long finish,
Rexlin
which she manages.
Rexlin collected the blade and just kept retreating.
That's it. Strong momentum there from Paul. That's the attack that Scotland need to have more of. And again, too passive a middle there from Paul.
We know that Honor Paul likes to wait for mistakes in the middle, and Yanni Rexlin, what she's doing so well, she's being aggressive in the middle, but she's not over-committing or committing early.
Again, takes the blade but keeps going back and does a counter-attack, and Paul's momentum just keeps going. Encouragement from the Scottish box to keep going, keep this pressure.
The attack with
Attack from the Scottish fencer.
We'd like to call for video, but it feels like Yanni Rexlin comes in strong, stops in the middle of the piece. Honor Paul was slow, never came to a complete stop. Let's have a look at what they're saying. And it is indeed Attack Scotland back level. It's funny, isn't it? 6 touches and it got...
oh, nice hit there from Paul. Long finish.
Here's the attack from Yanni Rexlin.
Scores.
Brings India back level. The psychology of it's so strange, isn't it? Once you've brought your team level, you almost feel like the job's done, but it's not, and you have to keep going.
Paul needs this attack, and she does. She finishes strong.
Late under the arm. 7 touches to 5 for India in that leg, but Scotland still in front by 1 touch, and it is Abhi Devi Laisharam on again against Lucia Paul. Paul to Paul, the handover.
Again, psychologically, it's interesting. Obviously, the Indian taking that leg, but still Scotland ahead score-wise, which I always feel is more positive for that team. So it'll be interesting. Again, these really, really important 6th, 7th, 8th legs that we're going to see. Can Scotland maintain the lead?
And what we're going to see here is Laisharam just putting that waiting game of Lucia Paul under pressure. And Lucia Paul just finding herself on the back foot in the middle. Laisharam aggressive on the front foot.
She needs to put the pressure back on in the middle. Again, that slow preparation is not working. She has to change. A little bit too easy for the Indian fencer here, taking advantage, as you say, of that slow preparation. And again, the same thing. Paul needs to change.
And in no time, 5 hits scored for India. And Paul gets one back. She will need more of this, though. 1 light.
Fortunate there, fortunate. Indian misses her attack. 2 lights, and that would have been it. Paul needs to put the pressure back on in the middle.
Big attack from India. 30-27, a dominant attacking display from the individual silver medalist Abhi Devi Laisharam. Brings a lead for India. And it is Sophia Milne now back on against Yanni Rexlin. An interesting matchup, this one. Yanni Rexlin started on the bench, possibly indicating that India felt that she was the weaker of the two of the India fencers, but actually against Honor Paul, she came on and she was so strong.
Very dominant display there.
Now then, Sophia Milne on for Scotland as they trail by 3. Yanni Rexlin, she came on with a 3-hit deficit before and almost brought it back for India. She comes on now with a 3-hit lead. How will that affect, will that be any different psychologically for her? And Yanni Rexlin crosses her feet.
A little bit too much excitement there, perhaps.
The attack with India, Yanni Rexlin.
Again, a really, really strong attacker here on the fencer on the left. Very, very direct and bold in the middle.
And there it is again.
Again, just more direct in the middle. Milne needs to match the Indians' rhythm and intensity here or try something else. This slow preparation not working.
Milne out of the middle, long defense, able to absorb the attack, start of her own and launch.
Nice finish there, nice finish. Milne, very, very good distance on the attack. Able to finish in a lot of different areas of the piece, quite unpredictable.
There's the attack again from Yanni Rexlin. Milne skips away, building again, and there's
another
the
nice attack.
Defense working for Milne, but can she keep it going? Defense again. Referee Duvis would like a look at this.
Riposte, no, gives it to the Indian. Indian starts again. Again, Milne just too passive there. Needs to really assert her dominance when she gets the right of way. Push forward.
And this time, so keen to start the attack, she ends up overcommitting early. And Yanni Rexlin able to make a miss. Score with the riposte, 35-29, 6 hits the lead now for India. Lucia Paul back on against Kashish Deepak Barad. And this will be an interesting leg because Barad has really struggled in this match. She's only scored 4 touches in her first 2 matches.
Hopefully there's still a lot of positivity with Paul from her previous legs, and she can bring that even with this deficit now.
Absolutely. She struggled in her last match against the individual silver medalist Laishram, but in her first match against Solanki, Lucia Paul scored 9 touches to 4, and she'll be looking to find that again. And she starts well.
Starts well.
Skips away, building now. The attack is straight through. The attempted counter-attack lands flush on the guard. And there's
nice
the
power boss from Paul.
And the Scotland crowd goes up. Into the guard from Paul this time, and Barad on the scoreboard. But Lucia Paul undeterred.
Closing the gap here, Paul. This is a good leg.
There's the attack. Good
attack
from Barad. Her second touch. Lucia Paul has scored 4 so far. And there's
nice
the
attack in the preparation.
Barad pressing. Can she finish this attack? No!
Nice counter attack there from Paul. Seeing all the tricks today.
Bringing Scotland within 2.
Paul on the attack and scores.
She will be handing over to her twin sister Honor Paul for the final leg, and she is looking to give her every chance she can of bringing home the bronze for Scotland. Onto the attack again, but this time unable to land, and it is the counter-attack from Barad, scoring her 3rd. Paul collects the blade. Does she take a step back? She does. She collects the blade, doesn't take it up. Barad is through. For her 4th, she is 1 away from getting out of this leg.
Strong attack for Paul there in the middle, very direct. That's the more aggressive start that she has in her toolbox.
And this time she goes in, aggressive again, maybe just a touch too close.
And good leg, close the deficit there by Paul. I think she should be very proud. A very, very good competition. Still very, very young, but taking hits off, you know, some really seasoned and strong international athletes. So, yeah, she'd be very pleased.
Lucia Paul has handed on to her twin sister Honor Paul. She halved the deficit. 6 points it was going into that leg. 3 touches it is now. But it's a big ask here for Honor Paul against the individual silver medalist Abhi Devi Laishram of India. And the question will be, it'll be an aggressive style from Laishram. We know that. Composure though. It's controlled aggression. She doesn't rush onto the attack. She knows that Paul will be waiting for her. Laishram in, pauses. And Paul was ready to take it. It's going to be a cat and mouse game, you feel, in the middle of the piece.
For sure. It's very tense. I think both athletes are quite nervy. We're seeing a lot of very, very small, slow preparations, and then suddenly fast movements as one of them decides to commit or not.
This time in fast, but too committed. Honor Paul onto the
strong attack from Paul there. Strong attack. Again, that really cagey, tense middle, and then the long attack. Great fencing from both. Very good. The Indian just stronger there. Takes it through the middle. Paul perhaps looking for something, not quite clear.
Laishram onto the attack, but she wanted it too much. Here's the line from Laishram. Is it scored?
Yeah,
no!
Pass. Hits with the side. A good attack there. I think a good call from the referee as well.
India wants video. I think they've already used it.
I think they've already used it. Duvis going over himself to look. To me, it looks like a counter-attack. Collapses her shoulder and hits with the side. Duvis back quite quickly. Pass. Attack for the Scottish fencer.
Within 2 now.
There's a great leg from the Scottish fencer. Can she keep the momentum?
There's the attack
counter-attack
from
for the Indian.
And she's just, after maybe a cautious few points, Laishram starting to back herself in the middle of the piece. And with that, she's finding herself onto the attack, taking India within 1. And there's the attack from India. Bronze medal for them. Initially looking so cagey in the middle of the piece, but as it started, Laishram just through caution to the wind decided to back herself in the middle of the piece and took control.
Yeah, very good match there. Very exciting and a good strong finish from the Indian side, who've been consistently strong all day and all week. for that matter, a good finish.
So the first medal match completed today, and we will be taking a very short break, and then we will be back for the final of the Cadet Women's Team Sabre, and it will be Australia versus England in that match. But for now, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Team captains, England, Scotland, Cadet Women's Foil. Today's equals, Cadet Women's Foil, team captains, England and Scotland to the daisy, please. Representing Australia, Yelena Zhu, Veronica Vasilyeva, and Gaia Hodge. Representing England, Bethany Brearley, Hussein Cecile, Lexi Praise,
And without any further waiting, we are back here live for the final of the Cadet Women's Sabre teams. And for the third time in this championship, it is a final between England and Australia. Twice now, Australia came out on top in the senior and the junior with the same team, and they are looking to make it a hat-trick in the cadets. And joining me to see if Australia can take the clean sweep for the last time, I imagine, in this championships, Pat Jennings.
Thank you very much, and as always, excited to be here. It's going to be a shame our team working together, me and you, in the last one.
And it'll be the last time we're seeing Veronica Vasilyeva, the standout performer, certainly in the women's Sabre championships, possibly in the whole, across all weapons, the most dominant fencer. Individual silver in the senior and team gold, individual gold in the junior and team gold, and so far individual gold in the cadets, and she will be looking to complete the hat-trick of team titles with her teammates Zhao and Hodge, who've been with her every step of the way.
Yeah, she's been an amazing fencer for this whole tournament. She's probably been here now as long as us for 2 weeks, and so for that to, for her to continuously perform every time she fences is just, it's amazing work.
We've asked it a couple of times. Yeah, we said it in the juniors. Did the England team have the opportunity, have enough to turn over the Australian team in the juniors? And it turned out they didn't. And this Australian team had just carried marching on. We're going to ask it again. Has this England team got it to turn over the Australians in the cadets? Or is it going to be just the unstoppable force that is Hodge, Vasilyeva and Zhao winning a third gold?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be probably in the back of their minds as well. You're coming up, they've had such success that they're going to be able to stop them.
So individual bronze medalist Lexi Craze, she will open and close for England. Gaia Hodge of Australia on for Australia, obviously.
There we go, good, nice start there. Both coming into the middle, but Craze lunging faster.
And it's interesting, in the semi-final against India, Craze's attacks in the middle just were not working at all, but straight off the line, she's landed 2, and she's onto the reprise.
Yeah, it's really excellent start, exactly what England needed. And you would suspect that a good make miss there.
Hodge, though, skipping away. You said several times, Pat, when she's on defence, Gaia Hodge, oh, there's the parry riposte from Lexi Craze.
Nice hit, putting out a line and uses the preparation, lowers her into a good distance and closes the door. A nice touch, excellent start from Craze, terrific fencing.
Well now, 5-0 England, open against Australia. Vasilyeva on immediately with work to do, and she will be taking on Bethany Brearley. I think this is the 4th time they will have met at these championships. They met in the individual and the last 8 of the junior individual, Vasilyeva triumphing. They met in the bronze medal of the cadet individual, and again Vasilyeva triumphing. They met in the team junior final, Vasilyeva coming out on top in the final leg. This was the 9th leg matchup, but here we are in the 2nd leg. But for the first time, Brearley holds a lead.
So it is going to be interesting to see how she starts this match. Is she going to, use that 5 points as a buffer?
Strong parry from Brearley first up. And the attack, interesting. Vasilyeva under pressure.
There you are, good response. That's what she needs to do. She just needs to, in a sense, forget the score and just play her game that we know is pretty much being unstoppable this whole tournament.
Patient build-up from Brearley now, but she goes into that counter-attack of Vasilyeva, maybe overthinking the finish.
Yeah, I agree with you there. But he said you're nervous. You have her on the back line. Are you going to hit? Oh. Again, she just needs to. She's rushing again.
The attack with Brearley. Vasilieva sends the referee to video. Big moment in this match already. Preparation for Australia, 8-2, a 6-touch lead for England in the early stages. Brearley with the line. Has she got an answer? She looks for the parry. She's almost there, but Vasilieva just doesn't miss attacks.
Nope. Wonderful again. Build up, patient.
Big parry from Beth Brearley.
Brearley is fencing excellent, very intelligent fencing so far.
Vasilieva onto the attack, and you know how these end. And straight through again. The lead within 5. And straight through, Vasilieva just taking her time, not wanting to give Brearley anything in the middle of the piece. Skips away, building the attack now. But the counter-attack is there from Brearley. And it is a 10-5 lead, 5 each in that leg. An important leg for England because Vasilieva unable to claw back any points.
Yeah, there was a really, really good leg from Brearley. Quite intelligent fencing, used that 5-point buffer. Maybe Vasilieva needed to just kind of forget the score and just, as I said before, get down to her business. And I'm sure when she comes on next, she'll be a tiny bit more settled.
So fascinating now because Australia in these team matches, they've always got out to an early and strong lead and then just been able to build their score towards 45. But here they find themselves 5 touches down. Vasilieva has 3 matches before she's on next. She needs Zhao, who will be on twice, and Haj, who will be on once, to really do some work for her here. It's young Kwaisin Cecile, 13 years old, on for England. Takes the parry. Zhao saw the moment that Cecile missed, but dove into it.
Oh, false start, so she will receive a yellow card. This could have a big bearing on this now. Taking the reprise up. Nice patient attack. There was a point where I was wondering if she was attacking or could Cecile come forward?
2 mistakes from Cecile. She gets the riposte, misses, and then she was there for the counter-attack, missed the opportunity. But this is the attack from Zhao, and Zhao doing exactly what the Australian team needs, getting some points against young Kwaisin Cecile. Within 2 now.
Oh.
Cecile lands heavily, but she's straight back up. We did think this was an interesting choice by England to begin with Kwaisin Cecile. Very young, very talented fencer, but they started with Melissa Jane, who was individual. There's the counter-attack from Cecile. Melissa Jane was the individual, came quarter-finalist in the Cadet World Championships this year. But Cecile now finding her rhythm.
Yellow cards all around now. And it's so easy in a team match when you want to pull them points back. You think sometimes the best thing to do is just to be off that line as fast as you can.
Zhao on the attack again. Been really strong on the long attack. And as we say it, Cecile forces her into the stop.
Yep, excellent distance by Cecile. Really playing it well there. Oh, unlucky as well there. Yeah, the referee said definitely it was a parry, but somehow the hit comes through.
Cecile misses her first. She sends the referee to video. Just looked like that attack from Cecile just hung a little bit in the air, which indicates that maybe it had missed. And indeed, that's what the referees come back and say. But there's the preparation. And after a difficult first few points, Cecile just finds her rhythm.
Yep.
Within 4 now.
I agree.
Australia.
Yeah, the first couple of points, maybe she was coming on for the first time if she didn't fence in the previous match. But as soon as she found herself, her distance was good. Excellent making miss, going backwards in defence.
Really back on for England. And in the semi-final, she really went to work sort of in the engine room of the team match, you know, through the middle legs. She just built a lead for England that ended up being utterly unassailable. And she will look to do the same here as she is on against Gaia Haj, who went down 5-0 in that first leg to Lexi Craze. Misses, and it's immediately taken up by Brearley. And Pat, you've said this several times in the championships. Gaia Haj, when she's on defence, she looks for the counter-attack or the reprise really early. Rarely uses the whole piece. And there's the counter-attack again, this time successful.
Yeah, and you said it's high-risk strategy because if she is successful, obviously it's her point. But if she's not, really in the moment in the middle has been great. She has such a quick start and she's coming off the line and she's luring their opponent into a trap. And just like this, if the opponent doesn't go for that, she has the momentum to go for the attack. Very intelligent fencing.
And there's the preparation from Brearley. She knows that Haj will want to press forward. And to the attack now is Haj. Needs to make this one count. And there's the parry riposte on the back line from Bethany Brearley. 8 touches the lead now for England. And Bethany Brearley doing exactly what she did in the semi-final.
Again, an excellent leg for Bethany Brearley. She played the middle very well. Unlucky when she's gone forward against that counter-attack. But this is what we needed going into this leg. Craze on now. Again, can she extend that lead and give themselves a good buffer before we see Vasilyeva return to the piste?
And all eyes will be on that 6th leg, which is coming up after this one, where Vasilyeva will come on against young Huisin Cecile. Lexi Craze will want to open that lead out, give Cecile as much of a buffer as she can in that 6th.
She just needs to fence exactly as she did in the first leg with that 5-0 start for her team.
Zhao, so aggressive in the middle of the piece. She gets onto the front foot and consolidates that attack. There's the preparation. Zhao looking to get on the front foot, overcommits. This time, Zhao looking for the blade, but she's on the back foot, can only land on the guard.
And just a bit loud in here, so referee's coming closer. Craze looking to make miss there, nearly did it. Comes through on this one.
The first one misses, but it's the long arm of Craze that gets through. Zhao fencing this well. And there's the closeout from Craze. She skips in, closes the door.
Very intelligent fence. She's just waiting. Zhao's coming forward. She has a bit of a step back. And Craze managed to step into that distance at that time to create the timing for that.
3 touches Zhao has scored, but she needs more, but she's unable to. It's a big attack from Lexi Craze and a 10-point lead for England going into the 6th. And the big question now is that enough for Huisin Cecile to keep the lead for England? Or are we going to see the multiple individual champion Veronika Vasilyeva really stamp her authority on this match?
But she is in a difficult position because also in the back of the mind, the score will be there, 10 points down. You know, any mistake. And we were saying, does Cecile have enough fencing experience to be able to not worry if she loses a couple of hits? Yeah, it was a attack to preparation, but goes into the guard.
Skips out of the way to Cecile. She's building now. The counter-attack from Vasilyeva. We're looking out for it. But the finish is good from Cecile.
We've seen this hit loads of times over there. It's such a nice hit. She looks like she's going to come forward. There's for the opportunity for the preparation.
Nothing to separate these two in the middle of the piece at the moment. And there's the counter-attack from Vasilyeva. We know it's coming.
Much better on the distance this time from Vasilyeva in defense. And here is this now going to pick up the momentum.
Vasilyeva, 4 touches she's scored in a blink of an eye on the long attack now. Counter-attack by Cecile to the wrist.
Excellent touch. That was great just when she needed it as well. Vasilyeva was getting into a bit of a rhythm.
And there's the finish from Vasilyeva again. 5 touches now to 2 she's scored, and she is just building up a head of steam here.
Sets over in the middle again.
Cecile's going to need to change something, because when they're both coming in looking to defend, it is Vasilyeva onto the attack every time. And this time, anticipating the change, Vasilyeva off the line to score. The attack misses from Cecile. She looks to drive in. She makes a good decision, unable to land though. And Vasilyeva now just going through the gears.
Again, it is loud in here. Again, just, is she going to go to video? She turns around to her box. Oh, she does.
But too late. And Vasilyeva, 10 touches was the deficit. It is now 1. This time, does Cecile commit deep enough on the attack?
I mean, it was an excellent change.
No, it misses. Cecile through, but unable to land that familiar counter-attack from Vasilyeva.
She's managed to get her team back in on this. We think that was more of a lucky touch, that she knows it herself, maybe hit the leg.
And you think Cecile now maybe just losing that confidence in her attack. And there's the attack from Vasilyeva. Incredible performance. 15 touches to 2 in that leg. Australia into the lead.
Again, an excellent all-round leg from Vasilyeva. She did really well, played it well. Cecile unlucky on some of the touches. She just needs to come on for her in her final match. Don't worry too much about this. They're still in it.
And it looks like it's going to be a substitution. Melissa Jane will come on for Cecile in the 8th leg. But Brearley now back on against Zhao, and this is going to be a huge leg.
Oh, unlucky first. That was a nice move to do from Brearley there. Just minor adjustment needed going backwards. Zhao misses there.
2 touches now for Zhao, and maybe Canada just starting to pull away. The England talisman, Bethany Brearley.
Oh, got a sword caught there. She can't let her head go down. She needs to go back to what she was doing in the first 2 legs. She was fencing so good. Takes over.
Brearley lands her first. She will need to do more. The attack is with Brearley. She's got her second.
So Brearley, good, sensible decision there. She came in. She was looking to make miss or for a pull, but Zhao went backwards herself.
Now the England talisman's game just starting to get into the gears.
Again, the right decision to do there, but she just needs that extra step back. Maybe trying to get the riposte too quickly.
And there's the parry riposte from Zhao. She knows that attack on preparation is coming from Brearley, and she's there ready with the parry. 4 touches the lead now for Australia. Melissa Jane on for her first and the 8th leg of the match.
So she's going to have to, again, I know I keep saying this, but she's going to not worry about the score. Try and get as many hits back as she possibly can. Take her time. We know that when Hardy's going to go backwards, she's going to look for that counter-attack. So Jen needs to be patient. Just as we said that, she had the opportunity to.
And there's the attack from Harj over the top. Harj has been the weakest link in the Australian team so far. This only her 2nd touch of the match. And if she's going to be, if England are going to get back in this match, you feel it's here. But Melissa Jane just not there, not finding the distance, not finding the timing in the middle.
A good make miss. Patient on the attack. Wait for that counter.
And there's the finish with the counter attack, exactly as you said, Pat.
Again, Jen, I think she has got the run in the middle here. She just needs to. I'm going to say wait and be a bit more patient. Power pass much better this time. Shake of the head though from Jane. She maybe knows she wants to. Again, just patience. Made miss. Makes miss again. Hold. Excellent this time.
3 touches apiece in this leg. Harj, if she can get out of this with the next 2 touches, she will feel that she's done a great job for Australia. And there's her 4th.
An excellent pull there. She just lowered Jen into thinking she was going to be able to hit her. Same again.
On the back line, Gaia Harj.
Excellent attack there. That was a really good hold from Harj from Australia. Now, Craze has all of her work cut out for her now. It's going to be a difficult match.
40-34, 6 points the gap. This will take a big effort from Lexi Craze. You feel like it would even have been a challenge if she'd had a lead going into this leg. The way that Veronika Vassilieva has fenced across the entire 10 days, 11 days of this championships. But here, is there anything that Craze can do to stop Harj from winning her 5th gold medal of this championships? There's the attack from Vassilieva.
Excellent response from Craze there. Nice preparation off the line.
There's the parry riposte.
And again, a great touch. And it's the right thing to do. She's rushed in for the riposte. Two apiece on this leg so far. And she just managed to draw Lexi into for a lunge there and took a power riposte.
And there's the aggressive, controlled start from Vassilieva. She is on the attack and finishes calmly to take Australia within 1. And there it is, Vassilieva, cadet team gold, junior team gold, senior team gold, cadet individual gold, junior individual gold, senior individual silver. What a performance.
Extremely well, and we just said that comeback in the from 15 to 30, really hard after that to come back. But I think anybody who was going into that leg, it could have been any fencer, it would have been a difficult challenge, because when she gets going, we've seen she won the individual final 15-1, so it is not unfamiliar for Vassilieva to have a big score and for other people to really struggle against her. But I think England, there's some excellent fencing in there themselves. but Australia just overall stronger on the day.
So Australia complete the hat-trick of team titles, cadet, junior and senior, with the same team throughout. And that concludes the cadet women's sabre competition, team sabre competition for the championships. And that is the last we will see of Vasilyeva at these championships, and possibly the last time we'll have Pat Jennings in the commentary box. So for the last time, thanks, Pat.
Thanks for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure.
And we're going to have a short break, and then we will be back for our next final of the afternoon. And I think that might be the possibly the cadet men's foil. No, cadet women's foil, maybe. Join us again, and we'll let you know. Thank you very much.
Brielle, move to green.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the red and blue pieces the veteran women's Epee team semi-finalists. On the red piece, representing Australia, Melissa Young, Abigail Nutt, Nadine Ferguson, and Corinne Sabre. Representing Canada, Lisa Guzzo, Vera Alonso, Karen Wansu, Francis Sloan-Sinas. Refereeing team, Anastasia Lyukinyuk from Ukraine and Deepak Patial from India. On the blue piece, representing England, Catherine Reed, Nicola Hull, Ingrid Heskett, and Sarah Bell. Representing Scotland, Maggie Tate, Georgina Usher, Karen Grant, and Laura Smith. The referees for this match are Louise Lombard from Republic of South Africa and Carolina Alieska from Slovakia. Good luck, ladies. Now, please welcome to the podium piece, the finalists for the Cadet Women's Foil team. Representing England, Sophie Sang, Megan Elliott, Isabella Johnson, and Martha Conchi. Representing Scotland, Sophie Schofield, Zoe Wagstaff, and Emma Hoop, and Hannah Field.
Welcome back to the University of East London Sports Dock. It is day 11. It is the first day of the team championships for the Cadet Commonwealth Fencing Championships. And we are here for our second gold medal match of the day, and it is the Cadet Women's Foil. And for the first time today, I'm saying I choose you, Luke Diemer.
Thank you very much for having me.
So, Scotland versus England. And we are maybe the first thing that that surprised me, but you were well up on it, Luke, is that the individual champion Amelie Zhang not competing in this final.
Yes, clearly just 5 events weren't enough for Amelie. No, understandable after the long championship she's had, just choosing to have this last one off. But shows the strength and depth of the England team, right? That they've been able to pull together such a strong team, particularly coming through in their semi-finals there. Easy breezing through, over 20 points the difference against Malaysia, who beat Australia in their last 8. So great depth from the England squad. Far more familiar faces in the Scottish team, though.
Absolutely. So it's Anne Emma Hugh, Zoe Wagstaff, and Sophie Schofield, with Hannah Fielding on the bench. The full lineup of the England team, just to confirm that for you, is Sophie Zhang, Megan Elliott, Isabella Johnson, who we obviously recognise from the individual event, but also was a team gold medalist in the junior event. And then on the bench for them, Martha Conchi. And it'll be Johnson leading England out for this and also closing. So she will take the first leg for England, while it is Anne Emma Hugh on for Scotland.
Yeah, so I refereed the Scottish semi-final before this point. They had a very close match with Canada, really brought it back just in that last leg. So very distinctive styles coming out already amongst those fencers. So it'll be interesting to see how they carry them forwards into these more familiar opponents of their English team.
And Johnson very early out on the attack and scoring.
So there we go. Just a top tip for the fencers listening. The crocodile clip goes on the back on the sword arm side, so you're less likely to knock it off with your backhand. Assessor Nicola Shackleton there, just making sure it's in the correct place before we go on ahead.
Here's the press there from Johnson. Hugh defends this time and begins. You can see Johnson just with the blade right in the face. In it close. Off target with the remise from Hugh.
I'm glad you called that remise, because I do not know what that final action was. But yes, final action off target. Both fencers just need to get their point on a little bit. Distance a little bit big there for the counter. Hugh able to step and close in with her final attack, but we end up with remises again, off target. Of course, we saw Isabella Johnson's individual style was very much about that kind of backwards counter-attack with a deep lunge. It nearly saw off Amelie Zhang. Of course, she brought it back in the final. But here, as we see the parry post there for Hugh. Here, far more proactive style, actually. You can't rely on those counter-attacks when you have so few hits in a team match like this.
And there's the attack from Johnson. As you said, she's now getting onto the front foot, dominating, looking to really lead this England team to victory.
Yeah, just relying on the remise there, actually. The slow riposte from Hugh gives her the chance to follow through. But far more proactive, even searching for the blade rather than looking for the counter.
And there's that counter-attack from Johnson, unsuccessful.
How many remises can you fit into one action before we call halt?
This is the thing, isn't it, with the points in. It's another deep attack from Johnson. She will be doing exactly what is needed from this England team.
Strong call there from referee Tori Mentor from Australia. It's just separating those attacks, looking for who's committing first. There we see Isabella Johnson slightly weaker on the attack. You know, she has relied on the counters in the past, but she's got to be more proactive, as we mentioned at the beginning. Just attack missing there, and Hugh making the most out of it.
And then Johnson just setting up with the line, but in with the counter-attack in the end, is that right?
Absolutely. Lovely timing on it, though. Almost into preparation. He was not expecting that to come in.
And another counter-attack from Johnson. 5-2, she has opened out the lead for England in this first leg.
Yeah, what do we know? Should have stuck to counters from the beginning. Said it all along.
So a strong opening from Johnson, you saw, looking really dynamic on the piece, mixing up between her attacks and then moving it into the counter-attacks in the second phase of that match. She's made it a 5-2 lead now for England. She will hand over to Sophie Zhang, while Anne-Emma Hugh will hand over to Scotland's finisher, who will be on for her first, Zoe Wagstaff.
Yeah, and of course, for those that saw the semi-final match between Scotland and Canada, they will have seen Zoe Wagstaff bringing it back to pull ahead and close out for Canada. Really reliant actually again on counter-attacks. So what do I know about how to fence a team match? But it'd be interesting to see how she deals with these earlier legs, where she hasn't got so many points difference to play with.
In close. Wagstaff just defending, absorbing the attacks, and then the remise from Zhang.
Both fences actually being very good, keeping that back arm up out of the way to make sure they're not covering. Neither fence are quite getting their point on, though, I think it's fair to say. And just a small correction to the hair before we go on ahead.
And there's the counter-attack from Zhang. You could see actually Wagstaff inviting it, but it just came at a slightly later moment than she was expecting.
Yes, absolutely. It's one of those frustrations. You want it because it opens up the line where you can finish under the arm, finish to shoulder, but just not quite expecting the timing when it came. Remise of the post off target.
And this time Wagstaff looks for the counter-attack, but as she fades out after the hit, Zhang equal to it and able to finish.
Just keep stabbing away till the referee says halt. There we just have for core of core. In those moments, though, it's almost you've got to forget about taking the parry. You forget about trying to get right away. It is just being the first one to land that hit.
And in those team matches, of course, every point really does matter. You know, you really do got to catch them all.
Absolutely. Oh, counter-attack nearly on. Just takes a brief Pikachu, but doesn't quite work there.
You can see Wagstaff still looking to invite that counter-attack, and she's just not quite read it the last couple of times.
Yeah, and being able to finish on target as well, that little bit harder. From the distance where she's trying to go.
But this time, first in is Zhang with her third. Wagstaff yet to score for Scotland.
I think you were right to point out at the beginning as well. Obviously, we are on very much the later stages of this championships. A number of these fencers have been in multiple events, the juniors and cadets. Of course, they've all been in the individual ahead of this team as well. And I think it's fair to say when you look at reprises, when you look at them taking up that attack again, you can see that element of fatigue. I think that's probably why we're ending up with quite so many counters at close quarters as well.
And here with the remise, Wagstaff on the board for Scotland. The attack initially parried by Zhang. She looks to her box. I think they wanted video, but it was maybe too late in the day for that call.
Yeah, I think it's a wise decision. She knows she got parried there. It only takes a light blade contact in foil, of course. And it's need to fully deflect the blade.
And it's a great finish from Sophie Zhang, and it's exactly what you said there, Luke, when they're looking for the counterattack, looking to finish under the arm. In this instance, Sophie Zhang finds that line beautifully and takes the comfortable finish to that safe target area.
Yeah, I think the reason it worked so well in the Canadian semi-final for Scotland was because they were trying to flick to shoulder, and as she countered in, just slightly dropping the shoulder, that was enough that it would be attack, no, counter touche for the Scottish, whereas this English team seemed to be going underarm instead, so those arm out, block high counterattacks just are not working in the same way.
So Megan Elliott on for England. She takes over this 10-3 lead that England have established, and Sophie Schofield on for Scotland.
Yes, of course. Megan Elliott, slightly different style, I'd say, to the other fencers here. She's far more kind of in-out. She uses distance a lot more than some of the others. She's happy to finish in different lines, that kind of slow press. Interesting to see what she comes out with in this team match. Seems so often they fence more like the conservative kind of pool fight way rather than like the individuals. He says conservative as she marches off the line convincingly.
Megan Elliott then just setting up the press, and exactly as you said again, she's looking to go underneath that arm, isn't she? Megan Elliott's looking to induce something, maybe a counter-attack, maybe a parry, but something that just opens up that target area under the arm.
Yeah, interesting there as well. We said at close quarters you're often just going for the final action, just get any point on, forget about right away. Megan actually very careful there to make sure she took the blade and take a parry before she eventually went for that hit. Now, Nicola Shackleton has put up a hand for a potential covering, so referee Ewan Deemer has gone over to video with Thomas from Canada, just to double check there's no offences caused in that last action.
And referee Deemer is back, says there's no penalty. And we're back underway.
Deemer the younger, we'll go with that. So riposte there off target. You can see Megan actively looking for that counter riposte though, almost setting up the first attack to go short so she can take up that counter riposte at a nicer distance for herself.
Schofield now beginning the press, but Elliott's finding the blade. And there's the attack. She looks to build it up, but Schofield keeping that arm low in the counter-attack, just not giving target for Elliott to be able to finish her attack.
Yeah, quite interesting there. She breaks out of distance, so you're almost looking for kind of attack on prep type timing. But instead she waits, she goes in, as you say, hits, blocks out with a slight spin, and that was enough. But then again, Megan straight off the blocks again, and that time not missing her attack at all. Able to go inside, expecting the block out. Just counter-riposte there, off target for Elliott.
And it is that in-out movement, isn't it, that Schofield's adopting on defence. And as she's going in, she's just forcing Elliott to have to finish the attack. And Elliott looking to go direct because she has already been burned on that counter-attack, and that's just setting up a couple of parries. Schofield unable to land with them, but she's inducing the attack really effectively from Megan Elliott.
Counter-riposte number 4 there, I think. Riposte off target. Certainly far more blade heavy, far less Ramezi. But I think it's fair to say all of these fences are really struggling to get their point on, to settle into this match. Of course, it's probably the first Commonwealth final for a number of these athletes, with the exception of some of the English team. So the occasion may be getting to them in these early legs. Interesting to see how they settle in the later ones.
And this time, Elliott gets the blade, but she's unable to land, as you said, Luke. She's just not found a sort of reliable way to the target. And Schofield just shifts her balance slightly, making it even harder, and that's what lands the counter-attack, scoring her second.
Interesting here, we've got Schofield taking control for the first time, actually marching forwards.
And then standing close, nothing for a moment, and then the referee has not called halt, so Schofield takes the moment to score her third.
Absolutely, fence to the referee's halt. There's no actions in there to cause the halt, there's no penalties, so they're allowed to fence on, and the remise works in the end. But once again, we're back to Elliott pressing, Schofield back in defence. Happy to take those counters when she can.
And there's the riposte from Elliott, who retains her composure this time, finds her way to the target. It looks like somewhere around the shoulder, I think, that she's found to land.
Yeah, she'll take some comfort from that, actually. She's had a lot of counterpost. She's found the blade every time, which is always, gives you that comfort, and yet not being able to capitalise it is frustrating. So good to see that final counterpost actually working. I suspect she'll come out with more of the same. She'll try and press again. But interesting to see how Schofield responds here.
And this time, she gets the counter riposte, misses the target, maybe just landing flat, and Schofield able to land with the remise. A real, quite drastic change in line there from Megan Elliott, looking to go round the back and over the shoulder. Dramatically different from that underarm low finish that she's been looking for up till now. Oh!
After the lack of accuracy of the last few points, who would have seen that coming? But what a lovely attack there from Megan Elliott. Interesting, she was kind of forced that last point to go defensive. Didn't quite work for her there. Schofield doing a great job in the initial attack. So then being able to break out the distance, slightly longer distance from the on-guard lines, worked very nicely for that kind of eyes-closed action with the flick to back.
You can see Elliott wanting to see if she can get back down to her favoured sort of low under the arm target, but Schofield just keeping that blocked out, keeping it not an option. And again, Elliott collects the blade and flicks to shoulder.
She's found something that works. She's just got to get the right distance for it to work.
Megan Elliott just lining up her attack, looks to go low, takes the counter riposte, misses, is off target.
You can see how tense she is actually when she takes those counter ripostes. You can see in the back arm how that tightens up as well. It's not easy to then riposte from there.
And there, third shot over the shoulder. So consistently strong, that attack from Megan Elliott. She wasn't able to land under the arm, couldn't find her way through to that target. Ended up swapping to a really strong, flamboyant flick to shoulder.
I was going to say it was on fire, almost like Charizard, the way she could just go through there, flick to back with the right distance, worked every time. Lovely to see, very nice fight, the way she finished off that bout.
5 touches apiece then. She hands back to Sophie Zhang on for her second, and Emma Hugh on for her second. She went down 2-5 to Isabel Johnson in the first leg, whereas Sophie Zhang 5-1 against Zoe Wagstaff in her first.
Of course, with Scotland versus England, all the fencers are known to one another. They meet on the circuit all the time. This is a match that has happened before, I'm sure, but certainly not with the setting of 15-8 to England. Hugh very patient here, willing to keep quite broad distance. That's worked quite well for her. She just tries to close it though with the attack, and Sang able to close out with a counter. Great patience from both fencers.
Sang just getting her weapon changed immediately after that point. She did something she didn't like about it, maybe a loose handle or something.
Referees just making sure they get the old sword from the athletes. Hugh taking the opportunity to check the shoelaces as well. Mental reset time. What do they come out with now?
It's a lovely parry riposte there from Hugh. That's what she's been looking to draw, letting Zhang counter-attack so she can take the counter time.
It's a bold move to go so late with the parry because you've really got to feint the attack first of all. Not an easy skill at all, but Hugh making it look relatively easy work. Of course, there is a massive reach difference between these athletes as well. Hugh, the far the taller of the two athletes.
And as she looks to step in, Sang collects the blade and scores with the riposte.
Yeah, I think if we had two lights up there, we might be talking attack or fair there, because I think Hugh is also searching for the blade. But again, strong call from Ewan Dima there, noticing that Sang goes for the parry. It's one light, parry postuche.
In close from Zhang, but she misses, and there's a hand up from referee Shackleton. So if this is upheld, it will be a yellow card to Hugh, and will it also be a point for Sang?
So not in this case, because Ewan calls it parry riposte to left, so we just annul that touch. But if Sang had right of way in that case, it would be a hit and a card. So you can give the card and hit at the same time.
And there Hugh finds the attack, and again it's that under the arm finish that they're looking for consistently. This time finds her way through to the target, and this time on preparation, attack for Hugh.
Yep, 2 points in quick succession there. I imagine Sang just wants to calm the fight down a little bit. She was very patient at the beginning, playing with the distance. Distance a little bit closer, which suits her.
And you can see Anne-Emma Hughes, she's just trying to keep the distance open a bit, forcing Zhang into her distance, not wanting Sophie Zhang to close up the distance where it might favour the English fencer. You can see her looking to do that on attack and defence.
Yes, I think it's fair to say distance is playing that big part, which we mentioned right at the beginning of this fight. The referee's there just checking to see if there is attack on prep timing, as opposed to it just being attack from the right, giving this a good hard look.
They really are just taking their time to look at this. Maybe a bit of a disagreement between the two referees, but they'll be back with their answer on the touch shortly.
And again, these are young athletes, so what you do in this time, what coaching advice you can get from give an attack on preparation. Of course, we've got Ben Peggs in the box for England.
It's a lovely attack from Anne-Emma Hughes. Does not allow Sophie Zhang to close up the distance, accelerates through and finishes. This time though, on the blade, Sophie Zhang, pressure, accelerates through, closes the distance and scores.
Attack from the right, absolutely.
It's been a hallmark of the match for both of them. One hit becomes two in the middle of the piece. And there's that press from Anne-Emma Hughes. She draws the counter-attack, parries it, but as Sophie Zhang drops to the floor, it's unable to land on target.
Bit of a risky counter-attack, that, especially at the distance.
But
that, on the other hand, making sure she blocks out afterwards, far more confident from Hugh.
Again, Hugh looking for that same type of counter-attack, and you can see her going in and making the block out. And in to the middle of the piece, direct from Sophie Zhang.
You almost feel like that parry, that attack comes too early. You're expecting the parry, but because both fencers confident going off the line, both fencers going for that kind of attack on prep or attack counter-attack off the line, it actually works in Zhang's favour there.
Now then, Johnson, England's finisher, individual bronze medalist, back on for her second match, taking on Sophie Schofield.
So those observant among you will notice we have swapped over referees. We're back to Tori Mentor from Australia. You and Dima back to Assessor. Of course, they switch ends each time as well, just to make sure we are consistent as referees when looking at what the athletes do.
Johnson then collects the blade and begins to press. And straight through on the attack. We saw it working really effectively for Johnson in the first leg, and she mixed it up well with counter-attacks to really take control of the opening stages. I do believe, just looking at the lame on the left, I think that's Hannah Fielding on for Scotland, isn't it?
It is indeed. You could tell actually she's slightly more active in defence, but she just got caught slightly flat-footed on that first hit. It's one of those things of being the reserve and having to come in straight into the fight without that warm-up of the first bout.
There's the finish. Late hand from Hannah Fielding. Lands the attack against the counter-attack from Johnson.
Yeah, Johnson opting for the kind of hit, block and spin there as opposed to the backwards lunge we saw in the individual event. And that she relied on towards the end of her last bout. Nonetheless, both fencers very active, happy to kind of press the march and then rely on hitting when the other counters. Lovely
Good
finish
acceleration
there
from Hannah Fielding, straight into the distance.
Yes, absolutely. Neither of us could contain our excitement there. Fielding Lovely attack. Just as we say that, Johnson goes for one of those rare parry ripostes.
An authoritative parry riposte from Johnson. Her third, as she will look to just build this lead for England. She takes the counter riposte, misses off target, misses, and in again.
Yeah, lovely reprise there. So she's missed the riposte. There's nothing coming back from fielding, so she goes again.
Oh, and there's a parry riposte. Lands because the hit was made just as Hannah Fielding was tripping and falling to the ground. The touch still stands.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not going to penalise the kind of innocent party in that, if you like. The person that's collected the parry, they've still got that right of reply, much like if they'd run past. Interestingly, though, if you did hit whilst falling yourself, it's a Group 1 yellow card offence.
Into the sixth match now. Zoe Wagstaff, Scotland's finisher, on for her second, and she'll be really keen to make a good performance in this match, because she only scored one in her first leg when she came on against Sophie Zhang, and she will be looking to have a really big contribution in this match, particularly in the business end in the ninth leg.
Yeah, and if we think about the styles we've seen from both athletes so far throughout this final, we've had still that dependence on the counter-attacks from Wagstaff. Megan has been far more searching for the blade, so whoever finds the blade, I think, if we see more blade contact, I think it favours Megan. If we see more absence of blade and this hard work here already from Wagstaff, I think that favours Scotland.
It is a good parry riposte from Zoe Wagstaff, piling the pressure on, as you say, with that in-out distance, that in-out footwork.
Yeah, the hard work is done before, actually. It's keeping Megan off guard, not knowing quite when the counter-attack is going to happen. That's what sets up that fast parry riposte. A little bit more risky there with the counter-attack from Wagstaff. Megan Elliott far closer than she'd probably have wanted.
Wagstaff collects the blade, unable to find her way to the target, and Elliott's remise is off target. There's the parry riposte, though, from Elliott. She's pushing Wagstaff towards the back, and in an attempt to get free, to get out, she launches an attack early that's meat and drink for Elliott to be able to just take the parry and score.
Yeah, that's a lovely couple of parry ripostes from Elliott there. The first one very much eyes closed, I think, off the line, expecting that attack. Lovely light beat of the blade before she hits. That one slightly more telegraphed in advance. She knew it was coming. Reversed the shoulders as well to make sure she could hit at the close distance. What does she set up now?
And as you said, Luke, just looking at the activity on the blade, and this time skips in, gets stranded. Wagstaff has not responded how she anticipated.
I think it's fair to say that Wagstaff's footwork has been helped her out massively in this fight already. But Megan Elliott pretty prepared for it as it stands. Happy with both absence of blade and no blade. Attack on prep distance, she goes to the blade instead.
There's the parry, holds her composure, delays the riposte and lands as the target opens.
Yeah, that delayed riposte has worked for a couple now. It's relying on that counter attack happening and then being able to finish.
And this time, as Megan Elliott looks to set up her press, Zoe Wagstaff off the line to score.
Certainly see the change in pace this match. Both fencers quite happy to push and score.
Zoe Wagstaff, you can see there finds some timing, but just lands off target.
Really tries to keep her head up in that counter as well to avoid the ducking, covering card.
There she is again, this time exactly the same timing. She's confident in the moment and finds the target.
Yeah, it's the in-out footwork that comes before. Megan is not expecting her to go there.
And this time Elliott collects the blade, but she's unable to finish, and Wagstaff comfortably through on the remise.
Yeah, she's got a greater reach than you'd think as well. That wasn't even with a lunge, that was just balancing over that front foot, and yet she's still able to get the counter in. before Megan can respond. That's always the challenge of those delayed ripostes. They work great if your opponent remises in, not so much if you have to do it from distance.
The attack again from Wagstaff. Referee Tori Mentor just wanted a quick check of that. Only needed a single viewing to see that it was to confirm her instincts with that decision.
Yeah, Wagstaff's sword there looking more like a fishing rod than a sword now. See what you could catch on the end of that, Squirtle or other Pokemon. But she goes to change her sword. Well advised. Both fences taken on a little bit of coaching. And we go again.
Here we go then, we've had our short break and we are back underway. Wagstaff with a new foil and straight back to work on this in-out rhythm.
Look at that back foot as well. It's the back foot that's going in-out far more than actually she's moving. That's what lulls you into that false sense of security that she's half going backwards, because the body doesn't seem to change, but where she can then attack from, that explosive power off the back leg really does change.
Elliott just looking for that riposte. She's unable to find it.
Getting slightly tied up in her own spool wire, in fairness. Otherwise it would have been a lovely riposte behind back, I'm sure. So there, referee Tori just explaining that as Megan goes for that search, that's when Wagstaff takes over and attacks. Megan just seeking slight confirmation before continuing with that power riposte off target.
And this time changes the look. She knows that Elliott is looking to go underneath the arm, so she skips up out of the way with her counter-attack.
Yeah, I think 9 times out of 10 that counter-attack wouldn't work. Certainly wouldn't be expected to work. But you can almost feel that Megan is kind of doubting her attack right now. She's been hit with those counters so many times. They've been very successful for Wagstaff, that little moment of doubt is enough to just get those counterattacks over the line.
So this is one you talked about earlier, Luke. Both of them looking for the blade. Mm-hmm. If they are both looking, it's attack Wagstaff, and that's exactly what the referee has come back and said.
Yeah, absolutely, that attack or fair call. So because fencing is an offensive sport, if both go for blade at the same time, there's just the one blade contact, then we give it to the attacking fencer.
Elliott going over the shoulder again. We saw her really successful with that in her first leg against Schofield.
Yeah, slight difference in target slope this time though, in terms of how they're fencing. Yep, and as expected, Assessor Ewan Deemer has sent Tori to video to look at potential covering there from Megan Elliott as well. So not only are the attacks starting to falter, there's also the risk of covering. Interestingly there, given to Wagstaff. So on video they've actually seen that it's the fencer on the left, Wagstaff, that is covering, not Megan Elliott. It's actually very difficult to see when the video's on the other side as well.
And there's the remise from... And there's the remise from Elliott, through and scores. A great leg from Zoe Wagstaff though. 9 touches she scored, and she's just maybe given Scotland something to come back into.
Absolutely, I think she's really brought Scotland back into this match. A lot of pressure on these young heads now of Sophie Zhang and Hannah Fielding. So the Scottish coach there, Mr. Cook himself, we've seen much of throughout these championships, both in the individual event and as a coach to young Jamie Cook. Just seeking some clarification there about the final card, but we go on to the next leg.
And it is Hannah Fielding staying on for Scotland. Sophie Zhang on for her last match for England. Into the final 3 legs then.
An enviable role here.
Zhang takes the blade through and scores. And she will just be looking to rebuild this England lead after the work that Wagstaff did to bring it back close in the previous leg. But 2 quick points from Sophie Zhang.
So brief interruption there as video referee Thomas just checks that the correct fences are on the piste. Slight confusion because Hannah Fielding there wearing the lame of Hu rather than her own. So clearly some technical challenges behind the scenes, but the fencing continues. Of course, they're allowed to do that. They just need to get a new lame by the next round, and we're on the final, so it makes no difference. Lovely counter-attack there from Zhang, just closing the line out at the end.
Decisive counter-attacking, closing the distance and the line, making it so difficult for Hannah Fielding to be able to close up and score. Will she look to go again, or this time find the blade? She skips away, starts to build her own attack.
When we talk about the length of the championships as well, we saw how active Hannah was.
Lovely attack from Sophie Zhang. Accelerates, the blade held high, and then drops low under the arm to finish. And she finds the blade to Zhang early, but hesitates for a moment, and Fielding carries on through to score.
I was about to say Zhang seems a little bit tired, slightly less active, certainly in terms of that back footwork that we saw before. Just getting caught flat-footed again. Zhang goes through with the attack.
5 points to 1 then, that leg for England, and re-establishes a 9-point lead for England in this final. She will hand over to Megan Elliott, and Anne-Emma Hugh will be on for her last.
Or the real Hugh, as we've seen from the lames, if you're being observant.
Here we are then, Megan Elliott on our right for England, and Emma Hugh for Scotland on our left, and this is the penultimate leg of this final. And familiar pattern in these matches with Megan Elliott, and really nice. Feints low, feints high, draws the parry from Hugh, finds her way to the target. And as she steps in, overcommits on the distance, and Hugh is there with the attack on preparation.
That's the risk of marching off the line. She loves to be pressing to either go with those counter-riposts, which we would have expected, to be honest. Certainly we would not have expected the disengage, and who did not at that point. But if you're going to march off the line, you do risk being hit on prep.
And this time, Elliott just gets close before committing, before picking a line, and Hugh able to pick her off with the counter-attack. She looks to press, pauses, and Hugh seizes the moment to attack.
Once again, just looking for that commitment off the line.
This time, Megan Elliott adapts and picks the moment earlier this time.
Yes, absolutely. Looking for that commitment off the line, as I was starting to explain before, just before we went for exactly the same action the other way round. Who commits the attack first? Some people ask, is it hand, is it foot? It's a combination of both, of course.
Elliott on the press, and as she raises the hand up, Hugh sees that as her opportunity to go, and she finds her way to the target, but Megan Elliott able to finish off target in that instance. That is a lovely parry riposte from Megan Elliott. Finds the blade, and then a really composed disengage to the shoulder.
It's not easy to do that as well. to have the composure once you've taken the parry to change your line. Couple now have gone over the shoulder of Hugh though. That time she goes direct, hits off target, but it is a risk. They've not been so successful in terms of those flick to backs that we saw work so nicely towards the end of that first leg. Just have not been there in this fight.
And this time, as Elliott's looking to press, you can see that arm come back in anticipation of starting to build up the march, and Hugh launches in immediately.
Yeah, you notice there Megan just taking the blade to be on the safe side. Who breaking distance but not going for her own attack there herself.
The riposte is good. Even though Hugh loses her foil, she loses it while Elliott is riposting. The touch is good.
Yeah, so it's one of those things that Megan has done nothing wrong in that instance. She's taken the parry. She should have the right to riposte. Unditled awarding that riposte.
And this time threading through Emma Hugh.
Just like Megan did in those earlier points with that riposte. Exactly the same kind of disengage, but this time in an attack that we see from Hugh.
And again, she's finding her way through is Emma Hugh. And Elliott has sent referee Unditled to the video. Getting my Dimas mixed up.
I know, we're easily confused. But of course, Ewan on the piste is not easily confused. They have the video that they can go back through up to 4 times. Clarifies the riposte is initially no. It's the remise that comes up touche.
And Emma Hugh is just picking this moment as Megan Elliott is looking to set up her press, consistently finding the timing to attack on preparation. And there's a strong direct attack from Emma Hugh.
Yeah, Megan just caught slightly flat-footed in fairness, who far faster on the attack.
And this time, Elliott opting to go direct. Takes it to 40. It's a good leg from Emma Hugh. 8 she scored. And the lead now down to 6 for England. Isabella Johnson, individual bronze medalist on, and she will face Zoe Wagstaff, who performed really terrifically well in her second leg, where she scored 9 against Megan Elliott. She needs to repeat these same kind of heroics to get Scotland back into this match.
Yeah, and both fencers we've seen rely on counterattacks through this match. So it'll be interesting to see how they match up. One will eventually have to attack, we assume. Who is the most successful at that? Who rushes their attack and gets picked off by the other's counterattack, both of which are very strong, will determine this bout.
Wagstaff on the press. And there's the attack from Wagstaff. She closes up the distance, looking to find a way to target.
Attack off a no there, called by Tori.
And there's the attack through from Wagstaff.
Actually, great patience there from young Wagstaff. We've seen happy to press. She needs to catch up the now 5 points, but she's very happy to wait for Johnson to counter before finishing. She's got the maturity to change line right at that last moment, and that working well for her then off the line as well.
And they're in close, no touches, and Johnson through to score her first.
Not one to rely on for Johnson, but she'll take it. One closer to that final score. Just one of those things where both fencers feel like they've stopped. No reason for the halt to get the final action.
Johnson collects the blade, but is unable to score on target as Wagstaff closes up the distance, denying her space for the riposte. And this time, as Wagstaff looks to counter-attack, Johnson reads it and finishes her attack strongly.
Distance a little bit too close to be trying that kind of counter-attack. You want full-on body evasion if you're going to try and do it at distance where you could just extend and hit. Notice how Wagstaff is attacking with her arm right back. She's expecting that counter. She's expecting to have to change line right at the last moment. She's trying to give herself all the distance that she can in order to do that. Of course, that does risk those wider open counters that we just see there from Johnson arriving off target.
Johnson just back here in the final 2 meters again. And there it is, as you said, the arm is right back from Wagstaff. She's waiting for the counter-attack, but Johnson shows her a different kind of counter-attack, in and then fading back out. Wagstaff unable to chase the distance, and in on the remise is Isabella Johnson. England now within 1.
It's one of those things your coach would not have advised you to do. You know, when you have somebody chasing all those points, you rely on counterattacks ordinarily. Get yourself some distance, fair enough, but you don't often think of going for the remise. And there, Wagstaff not expecting it either, gets hit with it. Quite frankly, because she's expected to build up her attack with her arm right back, as we've been suggesting from the beginning.
Oh, it's a lovely finish from Isabella Johnson. She draws the counter-attack from Wagstaff, strands her in no man's land, and finishes the attack. England take the team gold medal.
Elliot straight up there to congratulate her teammate Zhang and Conchi, who of course didn't fence in this match. All up there to celebrate with Isabella Johnson.
A strong performance by this England team in the final, as it was in the semi-final. They really have been the elite 4 of this women's foil competition.
Yes, even without who we expected to see, Amelie Zhang, these 4 show the depth of English fencing right now, English foil fencing at cadet and indeed junior level previously. But great strength as well from the Scottish. They should be proud of their performance against Canada, that close run affair in the semi-finals, and to come within 10 points in this final. Some good legs throughout. Well done to both teams.
So we will take a very short break, and then we will be back for our next final event of the our next medal match of the afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you again, Luke Diemer.
Thank you for having me.
for veteran men's foil teams. Representing Wales, Philosopher, Oliver Massey, and Richard Thomas. Representing Australia, Michael Prince, Andrei Tushenko, Richard Purley, and David Jacks. The refereeing team for this match: Luke Dima, Andy Pierce, Thomas Newton, and overseeing video, Sabre. Good luck, gentlemen. Also, please welcome to the podium piece the Cadet Men's Epee team finalists. Representing England, Tristan Lumina, Carlo Newton, Alec Brooke, and David Perkins. Representing Canada, Theo Boss, Jonathan Klein, Florian Lacroix, and Andor Dietz. The refereeing team for the final: Ukraine, Anastasia Litvinenko, India's Rashmi Agarwal, Australia's David Baker, and on video, Australia's Peter Priest. Good luck, gentlemen.
So then back underway again for our third final of the afternoon, and this is the Cadet Men's Epee final, happening for you now on the finals piece and on the commentary stream. Also happening at the same time on the Yellow Piece stream, which you can find via the Fencing Vision YouTube channel, is the bronze medal match in the veteran men's foil. That's happening currently on the Yellow Piece. You can find that. But we will be watching the Cadet Men's foil, Cadet Men's Epee, which is currently happening on the finals piece. England on our right, taking on Canada on our left. And just looking at the lineup at the moment, you think that England probably go into this match as favourites. They have the cadet individual champion, individual and junior champion Alec Brooke leading out and finishing for them. They have the bronze medalist Tristan Luminu, and also the fifth place finish Cador Botiman and starting three, and then David Perkins, who also finished in the top 8. He finished 6th, is on the bench. Whereas Canada, they have Andor Dietz, who's actually on the bench. He was their highest place finisher in the individual. They will be led out by Florian Lacroix, who finished 14th. Then it will be Jonathan Chai, who finished 9th, and Theo Poz, who finished 21st. So on paper, you would say that England are the favourites, but looking at the earlier rounds, England haven't had it all their way. They had India in the quarterfinals, and that was 45-34. Then Wales in the semi-finals, 45-33. Whereas Canada, they went through 45-33 against South Africa in the quarterfinals, and then in the semi-finals beat Scotland 45-23. A really strong performance there by the Canadian team. And it is indeed Lacroix who gets Canada on the scoreboard first against the individual cadet and junior champion Alec Brooke. And he scores the second as Brooke looks to go in. Brooke just being a bit more circumspect here. He's been burned twice now. And he will just want to settle into this match, give himself a bit of time to get going. And you can see he just misses the first as he's into distance. Lacroix's doing a really, really good job in the early sort of first minute of this match, because what he's doing is he's just holding right on the edge of a sort of comfortable distance for Brooke. He's got a slight reach advantage, but he's just making it so that Brooke can't just go into distance and accelerate, which is what he's done so well for so much of this competition. This time, however, as Lacroix steps in, Brooke is already in position, accelerates in and scores, giving Lacroix no time to deal with anything. And there's the flash over the top. 3 apiece. And as Brooke goes down to the foot, Lacroix is there, and Brooke's straight, direct game is just not working for him yet. Straight through goes Lacroix, and it is a 5-3 lead for Canada. Interesting setup right from the start. Alec Brooke, the first time he's really been in any kind of trouble in this competition, and it's in this first leg of the team match. He will hand over to bronze medalist Tristan Lumigneau, and he will it's by no means is this a cause for concern at this stage for the England team, but maybe this is just not where they expected to be, maybe not expecting to be down after a leg that Brooke led out. So here we go. Tristan Lumigneau of England on our right, Jonathan Chai of Canada on our left. And it's going to be interesting to see Chai here, because Chai will, of course, be closing out this match for Canada in the 9th. And Lumigneau misses to the leg. And Chai scores over the top of it. You can see the dynamic, but sort of in and out distance at the moment. This is going to be a really mobile match between the two of them. Neither one's needs to press. Yeah, 3 touches, second period. There's no urgency on the clock yet. Lumigneau thought he was ahead on that one, and you could see that Chai was just looking to pick the moment to score on preparation. He's quite comfortable dropping back, Jonathan Chai. He's going to try and draw Lu Minyu forwards and then hit him as he starts to wind up. 3 touches, the lead still for Canada. Lu Minyu not really pressing at this stage. You can see, yes, he's coming forwards, but he's not really. It's more that he's following Chai, who's actively retreating, rather than that he's pressing himself. And that does mean that he is at risk if Chai picks his moment. As Lu Minyu steps forward, Chai launches the flesh and scores. Lu Minyu, you'd want to see him being a bit more active, a bit more like this. Just if he's going to be more waiting and patient, he needs to throw out something to give problems to Chai, make him doubt himself. Because at the moment, the Canadian fence is just looking super comfortable in his half of the piece. And as Chai launches the attack, Lu Minyu catches the moment and counterattacks, but the lead opens by 2. 4 touches the lead now for Canada, and we go into the third. Theo Pos of Canada on, and Kedor Beattyman of England on. And this is was a really good leg for Canada. You just saw with Lu Minyu, he wasn't really active in how he was setting up. He looked like he was waiting, but he was waiting very much on Chai's terms. Chai was just pulling him into his half of the piece, and then picking off the moment when he got the big step forward to be able to score. Beattyman then on for England. Pos again just hanging back, and he's just looking to, with his little in-out moves, just looking to set up something. Moment just probing about the wrist. Is he going to look to use that as a hit, or is he thinking of that more as a setup? Good from Beattyman though. Sees the flesh coming, parries over the top and scores. This time, Beattyman just stepping in big, and this is the risk that's going to happen. 4 touches is not a big deal, and so Beattyman doesn't need to rush, he doesn't need to overpress, he doesn't need to overcommit into the distance, but that time you see him just stepping in a touch too far, and at that moment, Pos is able to score just because he's drawn him in closer than he wants to be. Better from Beattyman. Again, maybe fractionally too close. If he's further out than that, that looks like that becomes a single light. But at this stage, maybe England won't mind that if Beattyman's just finding his range. This time, maybe just triggers again from... That one almost felt like too far away. 5 touches now, the lead for Canada. And at the moment, England just struggling to find single lights. And Canada just slowly opening out this lead. Beattyman this time finds the single light. over the top, and this time that's the distance that we're talking about. Cadet Bietemann just a little bit further out on his step in, and that's what draws, and he draws Theo Pos forward. He got pretty much exactly the same reaction earlier in the match, but this time he's just far enough away that he can guarantee that that's a single light, not a double. Taking his time to set these up. It's good patient fencing. Lovely action though from Pos. Skips into distance, gets no response from Bietemann, drops to the leg. Bietemann piling the pressure on. Bietemann maybe just feeling confident, feeling like he's got the measure of Pos in this leg, looking for more in this third leg. (12-14), he's brought England within 2. Is he going to look to go again? Yes, he is. Within 1 now. 11 seconds remaining. Three seconds remaining. Cadet Bietemann draws England level in the third. (14 touches all). And Bietemann has brought England level in the third. He will hand back over to Lumenu and on for his second, and Lecroix on for his. Lecroix actually been immediately substituted out. It is Andor Dietz on for Canada. Interesting substitution, given that Lecroix got Canada off to such a good start. Interesting to see that he's been substituted off. I wonder if this was all a pre-planned substitution. And Dietz re-establishing this lead for Canada. 2 touches in very quick succession. Resettles the Canadian team. And Dietz keeps pushing away, looking for the score. Wants his weapon tested. And as Lumenu looks to attack, what Dietz is doing really well here is he's just fencing in a really active, energetic way. And he's piling pressure on Lumenu so that he feels he has to respond. And it's giving Dietz exactly what he wants, which is the blade that he can then take and then score. Re-establishes a 2-hit lead for Canada. Indirect doubles he won't mind. It keeps the score moving. This time, though, he's stranded. As soon as it gets a little bit messy, after that, any time that Dietz is able to get close to the blade, he's able to take the touch and score. And he's just keeping this 2-hit lead that he's built open for Canada. This time Luminu is able to set up the distance. He's having to be more active than he was in his first match. And again, Dietz collects the blade and it's back out in front for Canada. 6 touches to 4 in that leg. Alec Brook then back on for England. Theo Pos on for Canada. Brook then, look, he didn't really get his game working in the first match. He's looking to get his game working now, and he immediately goes off the line. Misses the first, misses the second. Pos is alive to it, lands the touch. Looks like he's lost the clip on his jacket, so we'll be looking to change it. So then, back on. And this will be interesting. Brook has just not looked in his rhythm. He's not looked like the competitor we saw in the junior competition or in the cadet individual competition. And he will just be looking to get himself going. This time in, but only able to double. And the lead stays as 3 for Canada. This time, Brook drops as he gets into distance, drops to the foot, doesn't want to give Pos any look at any counterattack, so going low. This time as he skips into distance, no response from Pos, and he's able to accelerate through with the flesh, bringing England back within 1. And this time on the in-out movement, drawing Pos forward, Alec Brook levels it up. His 4th touch of the leg. Misses with the first riposte, lands with the second. Back in front are England, and Alec Brook just maybe starting to go through the gears. Now in on guard, looking more dynamic, more confident in his setup. He's active in his movement. And this time as Pos steps in, Brook is there to hit. He's just off the line dynamically, starting to look confident now, Alec Brook, skipping in and out. Pos just trying to get some measure of his own distance in, but he's unable to land. 22-25, England retake the lead. 7 touches to 2 for Alec Brook. Jonathan Chai now back on for Canada against Kador Beattyman. Fascinating matchup, this one. The Chai managed to double the initial lead for Canada in the second leg, but Beattyman going on an 8-4 run in the third brought England level. Expect fireworks in this match. Then after a quick weapon change from Chai, we are ready to get underway in the 6th. Chai into distance with a feint, gets no response from Beattyman, drops to the foot to hit. Both just, neither one wanting to be the first to commit. Chai maybe just not backing himself on that attack, as he just tries to find a way back into this for Canada. Only 3 touches, so Chai taking absolutely the right approach by taking his time to build. Chai lines up his flesh, but you can see him telegraphing it. And Beattyman super happy, comfortable, looking for the counter-attack. The lead remains 3 for England. Into the final 30 seconds. You can see Chai just looking to set up that attack, but has just been unable to get it really working. 5 touches each in that leg. The lead remains 3. Luminu back on against Poz, and Poz has been the one where really the English team have been able to score against. 8 touches Beattyman scored to level up in the 3rd, and then 7-2 the run that Brooke went on in the 5th. Luminu will be maybe looking to target this as a match where he could start to build, really open out this lead for England.
Attention please, Veterans Women's Sabre Team, Australia and Scotland to the court, please.
This time Luminu through as he builds up. able to finish. And 3 hits still the lead. This time, Luminiu in. And he's in first. As Poz arrives into distance, that's Luminiu's moment, and he accelerates down to the leg to score. Luminiu just looking for his opportunities here. But it's Poz doing the work, bringing Canada within 1. And on that touch, Luminiu just looked round to his bench, and Alec Brook in particular, nodding to say that's the way. And what he's asking is for Luminiu to draw the attack from Poz all the way out. Then he can get in and interrupt. So in the end, 5 touches each. 3 hits remain the gap. And it is Dietz, Andor Dietz back on for Canada. Cador Beattyman on for England. A really crucial matchup, this one. So Beattyman has been, he got England moving in the third. Dietz, however, after that 14-all match, Beattyman's first, he then went on a 6-4 run against Luminiu and brought Canada back into the lead. And since then, the match really has just not really gotten away from either team. Interesting leg, this one. Dietz just putting pressure on, finds his moment to go. In close. Dietz just putting pressure on Beattyman, and Beattyman finds his way out, scores. 3 hits remain the gap, 1 touch each in this leg. Dietz just patiently pressing. Gets the blade. But he's unable to. And on the remises, Beattyman has been much more alert. Both missing. Cador Boatyman then just opening up the lead now to 5. Dietz has looked to press and he's done a lot well, but he's not been able to land those initial actions. And every single time, Boatyman has been there to punish him. Same again, and now Boatyman is scoring. 6 points now the lead for England. Boatyman looking to press now. Confidence behind him. For the first time, Andor Dietz gets the point that he's wanted on the front, on the first intention. Cador Boatyman. Through then for England. Doubles the lead, 6 points the lead now. And Alec Brook, individual cadet champion. Individual junior champion. On now for the last leg. An exchange of ripostes, but Brook's hand is fastest. He gets the first for England. Brook off the line with a double, he won't mind this. And as Chai looks to get on the attack, Brook is there to score. In close, unable to land. And as Chai looks to flesh, high hand from Brooke blocks him out. Chai in to score, skips into distance. Brooke is there and he drops to the leg to score. And Brooke in around the parry of Chai. England take the gold in Cadet men's épée team, and it is Brooke's 4th gold of the championships. He adds Cadet team to his Cadet individual, his junior individual, and his junior team gold medals. Early on, you thought that Canada might have done enough just to get in front, and maybe if they could have built the lead, they would have been in with a chance, but Brooke, through the middle leg, came alive, turned the lead around for England, and then Lumigny and Beautyman just built and extended the lead. 6 points it was going into that final leg, and then 5-2 in the 9th. And it is gold. And England take the gold. And we will have a short break before we are back for the veteran women's épée team gold medal match between Australia and Scotland.